Testing 1, 2, 3. Yes, I can be heard. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, non-binaries of all ages, welcome to the show. If this is your first time here, I am working on a video game which we are calling the Blacklight Arena. This isn't our map; it's just a lighting test. But let me just go ahead and hit play and show off what we are looking at here. So this is a golf game, first and foremost. So you've got your characters. You can walk around and stuff. Walk up to the ball. Hit the golf button to golf. Aim, and then fire. But oh, hello. Welcome, God King Tyrone. But we also have weapons and such because it's a third-person arena shooter. Come on, there we go. Yeah, the guys are right. I do need to shorten the time it takes for the ball to be touchable again. Anyway, so this week on Tuesday, the original plan was that I was going to do some more stuff with lighting. But well, a whole bunch of things broke, which is part of the reason I didn't stream on Tuesday. So I had to completely like rework the golf stuff so that it's all back inside the character blueprint. After I spent all that time last stream taking it off and making it its own whole thing. But apparently I was not testing that in client mode. I was testing it in standalone mode, which meant when I tried running it as a multiplayer game, absolutely nothing worked. But that's all dealt with now. But the one thing that we are going to do here, top of the hour, or stream, whatever, is before I get to work on what I was intending to work on, which is basically getting the golf controls and whatnot back to where they were, I am going to very quickly make a respawn system because I have been waiting for 5 weeks, 6 weeks on that, and I still have not seen it, and it is the one thing that is keeping us from playtesting. So, yeah, we're going to go ahead and work on that. Anyway, so I guess I should start up pretzel. Cue the music. So, basically, the first thing that we're going to test is we need the player. Right now, if you'll observe, if I jump off a cliff, I will eventually my body will vanish and I die. Just like in real life. So, what we're going to do is we're going to create a system inside the character controller. Because that's our first step, I think. If I'm remembering this correctly. So let's see, what do we have in here? Run code, start of new match. Update class. Aha, okay. So, I know what I need to do. So first off, let's do event unattach. No, unpossess. Now from here, what we need to do is tell the... What's the first step here? Really, a lot of this is going to happen inside the game mode, so I should probably pull up the game mode blueprint. We know that's working now, so I don't need that anymore. Should probably also comment these things out, even though they're pretty obvious what they do. I mean, that does what it says on the tin, but still. Alright, so basically what's going to happen up here is we need another custom event. And this is going to, I think, be multicast. We'll just say it's multicast for now. If I have to fix it later, I will. But, anyway, so first off, we need to name this... Respawn. So, what Respawn is going to do is it is going to, let's go ahead and create a variable in here, and let's call this Team ID. And Team ID is going to be an integer. And basically, whenever someone joins the Space Marines, they're going to have team ID of 1, and when they join the Space Pirates, they'll have a team ID of 0 or something. Are my closed captions not working again? Man, I swear, this is the most unreliable plugin. And yet, you all can hear me, right? My mic shows that it's working. Okay. Well, if closed caption is down, then that sucks, but I don't know what I can do about it. Oh, now it's working. Okay. I didn't even change any settings. Whatever. So, event on unpossessed. Basically, we're going to grab our team ID, and it's either going to be 0 or 1. So you need a input for team ID. And you'll... Basically, we're going to use this information to pass to the game mode which side of the map the player should spawn on. So, what we need to do is switch on int, and then we need to store 2 pieces of location data in here. 1 second. This is going to require some... Okay, I know how I can do this. Cool. Okay, 1 moment. 1 second. First off, I need to rename these. Let's call this one blue, because it's on the... No, this one's under the orange light. And this one, blue, because it's under the blue light. Go ahead, save. I really need to recompile shaders. That's gonna slow so much down, so I don't actually want to do that. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna find in here, where's my begin play? Guess I don't have one, so let's go ahead and get that then. So we've got blue, orange, okay. Let's go ahead and get all actors of class. And we are going to look for player starts. Then we're going to run a for loop, or a for each loop. And we're going to name this tag orange for now. Wait a second. Can I... Yeah, I can just get player start tag. This might work better. Equal, and then we'll call this orange. We're going to get actor location and rotation, I guess. And then we're going to make a transform. Whoops. Not a transform, no scale. Just leave the scale alone. Anyway, so that's going to be our data that we're getting here. So if this is true, then we're going to, let's promote this to a variable, and we're going to call this orange spawn location. And if it's false, then we will check to see if it has the blue tag. And then we will promote this to a variable again. This is not going to be like a super refined respawn system, but it, like, again, we just need something that kind of works for the moment so that we can, so that we can keep the ball moving, so to speak. So that's our spawn location data. So now over here, we're going to add some pins based on team ID data. Oh yeah, we also need to pass over self. And we need to add a player controller reference. And we are going to spawn actor from class, and the class is going to be Golf Boy. Character blueprint. The spawn transform for 0, let's just say, is orange. Now, can I set? No, I can't set you as the instigator. That's fine. And we want this to then be there we go. So basically what's going to happen here is that when the player character is destroyed, we are going to cast to the game mode. Oh yeah, I guess one thing we should do is do an is valid check. Because if the player character for some reason still exists, then we'll need to do some other stuff later. But if they don't still exist, then we will need to, as the game mode, run respawn. Do I sell some games? No. But if you go to, crap. One second. The easiest thing is to just send you my link tree. I think I got that right. I've got several itch pages that I have listed there. You can also just get to the stuff from jhollanddesigns.net. I don't sell anything, but I have a whole bunch of freebies listed on itch. And you can get access to all of them from one of those two places. You can take your pick. If you go to the one link, it's mostly RPGs for right now, but like I will eventually start making more actual video games. Oh, whoops. That's the problem. Okay. And I guess one other thing we can do here inside the game mode is on login. We can randomly set that variable that we just made, the team ID, to be either 1 or 2. Something that players will later on be allowed to make a choice on, but and we will determine this by I don't know who Scott Cawthorn is, honestly. Is that... yeah, I don't know who that is. I'm sorry. Crap, what was the thing that we did for game... in the character blueprint? Let's see, golf swing. It's in here. Select float. Okay, so let's see if I can just get a select int. I can. Okay. A for 0, B for 1. Oh! Yeah, no, I don't want to be like Scott Cawthorn then. Oh no, don't get me wrong. I want to make video games for a living. Just maybe without donating to Republicans. I'm forgetting something. Well, I guess the only thing to do is see if it works. We are in multiplayer mode. Okay, so nothing happened. So let's do print string. We need to just start checking for where this is failing. That's where it's failing. Okay. So, let's add in quick delay of 0.1 seconds and see if that makes a difference. Well, we're still not being respawned, so wait, I deleted the print string message. Well, that time it worked. Okay, well, I guess that one time was just a fluke, but I should probably make sure that, like, it doesn't, like, keep happening somehow. But whatever, we got a respawn system. And it only took, what, half an hour? Can't believe I've been waiting 7 weeks on something that took me half an hour to make. Yep. So, you know what that means, though. We will soon be able to run play tests. You know, honestly, I have a thought. Like, I fixed the issues with the golf thing by making the golf club an actual part of the character blueprint. I wonder if I can fix the issue with the gun Like, you notice this, right? The bullets are not appearing right at the barrel of the gun. I wonder if I could fix that issue by doing the same thing to them that I did to the golf club. Huh, that's not supposed to happen. Something's still not right here. Okay, so that's just not... Okay. Well, wait, does that happen with the pistol too? Or is it just the assault rifle? I didn't notice it happening with the pistol, but that didn't mean it didn't. Okay, it does happen with the pistol. So that means that something is wrong with our weapon pickup actor, probably. So let's go ahead and give gun to player. Pick up weapon. Okay, so gun slot, set child actor class. And then swap weapons. So this... Aha. That could be the problem. Okay, let's try this again now. I just walked right past the pistol. Okay, that did it. Alright, now that that's out of the way, we have a respawn system. Oh, hey, thank you for the tip. That is appreciated. Now, I guess, let's see, what do I need to do here? What was I in the middle of doing? Because I was in the middle of doing something. Yeah, that was awesome. That was my first tip. But now I've lost my train of thought. So let's see. I fixed that. I fixed the... So... I guess make the other golf clubs. Thank you, God King Tyrone. Oh, you don't have to do that. But I will let the team know that we have $1 in the game design budget now. Honestly, it could be more helpful than you think. Like, I don't say that to sound sarcastic. It literally could be more helpful than you think. Now, if only I could remember what I was gonna do. Oh, right. I was going to, go ahead and pull up 2 player windows. I don't have melee working. I'll have to work on that later. I need to do research on hitboxes for melee to actually be any good. But since we have 2 players, we can see real quick what happens if I just shoot this guy. He respawned. Perfect. Just as intended. All according to Keikaku. Translator note, that means plan. Nice. What do you think a good respawn timer would be? I don't know, something like 3 seconds? Whatever, I can worry about that later. The point is, it works. Yeah, the one thing that sucks is like that I have, like I said, I have not done any research on like melee hitboxes, so I don't have like I had something working before, but it works so infrequently that I just disabled it. But hitboxes are a whole science, basically. Anyway, I guess I should also see real quick that everything looks good to the other guy when I gulp. It's been a while since I've done a test like that. Alright, anyway. Okay, I don't know what that message is about, but the thing removed itself from the screen, so I'm not going to worry about it for now. It's probably because the server didn't have a player to remove the thing from, just the client did. Which is why I told that code to only run on clients, but no one ever listens to me. Anyway. Let's see, what can I... Honestly, I'm kind of thinking, like, actually seeing this up, like, 2 players out here, I'm kind of thinking that the cell shader needs some work. So, like, if I were to go just, real quick, place some boys in the scene. Whoops. Let's just put a boy right here. And we'll put a boy over here. Let's have these boys facing each other, because why not? The cell shading kind of makes it so you can't see the other boy. And we want our boys to be nice and visible. Whoops. So I'm just going to pin this to the screen real quick. Can I... This is going to require a lot of trial and error. And also shaders to compile. Have to give that a minute. A really long minute. Okay, is it just not gonna work? That might just not work. Okay, good to know. Okay, so it is compiling shaders. It must be one big shader if it's taking that long to compile just one. Then again, it is a cell shader. I guess I shouldn't be too surprised. Oh, thank you for stopping by. I'm glad you got to see it. Sometime here in the very near future, I'm gonna be putting out a call for playtesters. So if you want to follow the Twitter account I am about to put in chat, I will at the very least retweet the news. And of course, I'll probably put an announcement on YouTube and Facebook and Instagram and whatever. But actually, I don't know about Facebook. No one follows me on Facebook, which I am totally fine with because I would love to just be able to abandon Facebook. Anyway. Anyway, seriously, thank you for stopping by. Thank you for the tip. We will find some way to use that to make the game even better in the future. Alright, cool. I will keep an eye out. Oh. That's weird. Did it only send it to... It only sent it to Twitch. That's weird. Looks like my cloud bot is acting up again. Man, this shader takes forever to compile. There we go. That doesn't really seem to be making a difference, so... Outline thickness. Okay, here's something. I'm just gonna put this over on the other. Let's try 0.1. Getting better. Okay, that one doesn't seem to be making a difference, so just leave it alone, I guess. This is probably glaringly obvious, but I did not make this cell shader. Can I make this? I want to click on you real quick and see, can I? No. Just want to... There we go. Don't really want to move the camera a whole bunch while I'm in this view, but it will give me a better sense of, like, is that guy over there visible? So that does make a difference, actually. Yeah, I'm aware of like Fiverr and all that. There's some resources out there. I'm glad you like the website though. I worked very hard on it last year. It doesn't seem to be making a difference. Yeah, that makes sense. Good luck with that. I mean, I didn't make that website, like, from scratch. I used WordPress, but, oh, I'm still possessing the boy. Whoops. How far can I be from someone before they're just not visible? Because that could be an issue. Google Sites, I've actually never heard of that one. So Google has their own like website builder tool. I guess that makes sense. It is Google. Let's try putting our boy back over here inside, not inside, but near the tower. I don't know, right here-ish. Okay, so he's visible, but just like barely. Also, you are useless to me. Please go away. I'll have to look into it sometime. Might be one of those things that I need to know how to use it in case a client needs it for some reason, even though I don't want to do web design, like, at all for anyone ever again. I feel like this is going to be helped along a little bit by the fact that these guys are going to be, like, glowing. But also, there's only so bright they'll be able to glow because of the restrictions of the cell shader on emissive lighting. Past a certain point, editing the outline density doesn't seem to affect it. Now we need the outlines. I don't know that that was doing anything. No, we definitely want the two-tone lighting left alone. Scene lighting. That doesn't seem to be doing anything, probably because of custom depth. Might need to spend some time in here, just see what some of this stuff does. See if they gave descriptions for any of it. Shading transition, depth-based outline, normal-based outline. What happens if we say no depth outlines versus having them? I can't really tell a difference. I'm betting again that's because of the custom depth. Well, I don't know. This is probably the kind of thing that, like, this will require a lot more, like, off-screen experimentation. But for now, we've got more exciting things to worry about. Let's go ahead and delete our spare golf boy over here. We are not going to need him anymore. Let's turn this back down to 1 for now. Oh no, I forgot my ball. Anyway, so what was I saying? Right, I was going to finish fixing up the character blueprint to have the strikers. So the exciting thing about that is that it's all in this data table. So basically, I'm going to have to copy the data that's stored in each of these blueprints into this table so that we can just plug it in where it's necessary. So let's see, blade, booster. Those are the other two that I know we're going to use. Stop doing this to me. You know what I want. Sorry, splashed myself in the face with my drink. Data table. So we need to look at the class defaults on the booster. And it is the next one on the table. So, actually, let's go ahead and do this. And create a new row, and this one will be but I'm looking at the wrong one. Booster. And static mesh, they're all going to have the same static mesh until I get the actual static meshes. Index is 2. Weapon mode is 2 also for this one. I think it's our only weapon mode that's 2. Come on. That's what I wanted. All the other strikers have the weapon mode 1. Striker curve name. I'm not going to try typing that whole thing out, so we'll just copy and paste. Default random. And again, just copy and paste for all of these. And then we want, what is it, melee damage? Yeah. Oh yeah, one more thing. I just remembered I need to check something real quick. Let's go into swap weapon. And that's gonna run change weapon mode. And we want this to then be tied to a new variable I created the other day, which is striker weapon mode. Just remembered I had to plug that in, otherwise some of the things that we're about to try will not work. Alright, so anyway, what was I? Booster, so we also need on booster the debug texture, and so I just named that booster. That could be. Nope, that was not the important message I've been waiting on. Alright, so anyway, now we need blade. What I studied while you all were sleeping. So striker blade. All right. Now, we're going to need to do something a little bit different for the grounder, but I may as well add it to the table. Because it's not going to have a curve that'll determine its angle. Because it's not going to go at an upward angle. The whole idea of the grounder is going to be, and this is why I'm kind of worried I won't be able to include it in the prototype in time for the capstone presentation or in the indies, is I'm going to have to write basically a whole other type of golf ball code specifically for it. But in the meantime, I may as well just the grounder. Now it matches this driver. And I made golf clubs mat grounder. Striker index is going to be for weapon mode 1. Curve name, none. Default random. I don't remember if I set a random for it. But it's going to be a very minimal randomization. Max angle. Again, it's not going to have a maximum upward angle. Max distance should be... What did I set the axe at? It's like... 2,000. Actually, no. This one should be closer to the blade, which is 1,500. Oops. Melee damage is going to be closer to the... I will just say it's the same as the hollow for now. So, that's all the data for the striker for now. So, what is going on over here then? Excuse me, where is my begin play? Here it is. So we want this. Excuse me. Excuse me. Let's come out here, and for now this is just going to be hollow. But we're going to want to be able to plug a variable into this later, so that's why I've created that. So anyway. Now let's go ahead and make ourselves a new pickup actor. So we've got our ammo pickup, we've got our weapon pickup. This one's going to work a little differently, although I'm still going to base it off of this. So let's go ahead and Control W you. And instead of weapon pickup actor or ammo pickup actor, this is going to be striker pickup actor. And we're going to get rid of this. You can stay. We need a static mesh actor for and you are going to be driver fixed. What the heck? Actually, I don't really need it to be bigger. I just need it to be rotated a little bit. Because this already has a rotating movement component on it, so... Go ahead and get rid of this information because we're not going to be referencing this table. We're going to be referencing a different table. Actually, we want this still. And we're not going to temporarily disable this. We're going to disable it until a player who has that until the player who has that golf club logs off. Or when the map gets reloaded, which basically new game, so it doesn't even matter. Everything's fresh. We want the striker data table. Okay, let's change you to hollow by default. Plug you in here. Then out here we need to break this, because we need two things from here. We need the striker mesh. And then we need to, for now, set the debug texture. And that's all we need off this. Still overlapping, good. Okay, good. You, at least, are going to go the direction I want you to. Alright, and the reason we are doing this is so that I have room to place some things. Now we are going to just put 5 of these in our scene. And right now, they're not going to do anything. Now let's go back in here, because we want to change some things about this. Because we don't want to run this code, at least. What we do want is to pass in the row name. Oh yeah, I guess we should go ahead and set striker weapon mode to equal pickup weapon mode. Because that's a variable we can pass in then. I don't need this to be nearly as big anymore. So we need our controller. Actually, I don't know if we need the controller. Because we already have the code we need just sitting inside the Golf Boy character blueprint. Actually, wait a minute. We might want that after all. Let me undelete this step. And I'm pretty sure I just undid making these two things equal. Which I do want. Actually, no, I don't want this. Okay. The two things I do want are you and you. So, first off, we want to go ahead and set weapon mode. Then, did I close the character blueprint? I closed the character blueprint. Okay, I shouldn't have done that. Gonna need this guy. This is, again, way too big. Okay, so we need to change set striker data from here, and we need that to happen over here now. So let's go ahead, set striker data based on row name. And unlike with the weapon thing, I don't think we're going to need to pass it up to the character controller for it to work. So this is just gonna be our code, and then we're gonna want to plug in disable, and this is not going to be a temporary disable, this is going to be an indefinite disable, so we'll just call it multi-disable. And once we set it to disabled, we're going to change set it as invisible. Now, we are going to want the game mode to be able to reactivate this if it detects that that team striker is not like there anymore. So let's go ahead and do oh yeah, I should go ahead and create one more variable for this, which is let's see, we need has striker. By default, that's going to be false. So if we come back over here, grab I'm going to branch this and then run on false. Because we want it to only happen if the player does not have a striker already. Because if they do, I'm pretty sure that this will break things. Though I could be wrong. Alright. That works. Now, I'm not super worried about, like, guns and stuff, because the way this is going to work is these are going to disable when someone picks one up. You're not going to be able to leave your home base unless you have a striker equipped. You cannot pick one up if you already have a weapon. So, I don't think there's going to be a scenario in which someone will already have a gun before they get one of these. Because when you respawn... Like, here, let me show you. First up, let's grab a striker just so that we can follow the rules. But when I pick up a gun and then jump off a cliff... Well, nothing happened. Okay, that time something happened. So the respawn code is still not perfect. But like, as you see, when he respawns, he does not have any of the things he picked up. Let me see, you should be no collision. Or not. Overlap. I'm pretty sure this is the same basic MIDI chord that was used in the creation of Megalovania. Oh, wait, I just remembered. We do actually need to pass this up to the controller before we set it in the player. We'll just go ahead and get rid of that. Because what we're going to need to do is set the data for one moment. I've been messaged. Apparently, Color Lord just found a shiny cast form on Pokemon Go. So what we're going to need to do is we're going to need in the controller blueprint. Do I have a on possess? Yes, okay. So on possess, we're going to check and see some things. We're going to, first off, shrink. This is the type name. So we need a name variable. And we're going to change this to the name type. And this will just be none. So let's see, so long as this does not equal none, which is its default value, we want to cast to the character blueprint, and we're going to tell it to set has striker to true. Then as the striker, run set striker data. And we're also going to need striker weapon mode stored up here. But you are going to be an integer. So striker row name is going to equal none. Or if it does equal none, nothing happens. But if it doesn't equal none, that means the player has a striker. And we should set that striker in the player. So we need to, what's it called again? Set striker data. And the row name will be striker row name. Okay, so that should do it. And if for some reason I need to run this as like a on both the server and the client, then I'll deal with that when I get there, but I don't think that's going to be a big deal up front. Anyway, now I need to copy all of this. Down here. We're going to create a new custom event. Oh yeah, I need to delete this as well. Let's just see what happens with that replication first. And we'll name this now, I also need to remember to run this same code if I ever get around to making the striker trading system, because I do want to have one of those. Because that way it's not going to be as difficult as getting the right player in the right place at the right time. It's an issue of, if you're in the right place at the right time, you can request that the right player give you the right gear. Okay, so now we need to plug these in. And I like my code readable, so I will create some reroute nodes. Same thing here. So basically what should happen now is that when the player picks up the striker, well, nothing happened. Because I didn't hook it in over here, of course. We'll need to modify that if I ever get to the... That works. Now, what we're going to need to do is on each of these, you're good. You're going to be Axe. And now they all look different. And with the exception of the grounder, which is not fully programmed, if I were to just pick one of these up, that's weird. This is the golf character blueprint. So let's look at set striker data. Okay, so now this is element 0, so it should be working.
The war. An artificial paradise.
But for some reason, over here, out in the wild, this is black, but when the player picks it up, it turns white.
The war. An artificial paradise. Paradise, 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 paradise.
That didn't make any sense. Here, let's try this again. Nope, it's just not gonna swap the material. I don't know why. But, okay, just satisfy my curiosity. Does it do this part correctly? Yes, it absolutely does. That high upward arc is exactly what we want from the axe. So why isn't the material changing? This is odd, and I do not have an answer for it. And I'll bet if I go into standalone, it's going to work. What did I tell you? Yeah, in case you hadn't noticed, this is not exactly a distance striker. It's gonna fall in the hole. What did I tell you? I did notice one other thing that is not happening here. Alright, let's check this out. Not you. This is what I want. Okay, so. Okay, if I just ignore that. Huh. Okay, so ignoring that. Okay, yep, I can walk over all those and they don't do anything. So let's see what happens now if I go back into... Whoop, nope. Go back into play as client. Okay, so I guess I need to multicast the texture. For some reason. Or maybe server. Nope. Wasn't the server's issue. Oh, first off, I need to run it on the server. That might help. And that's the booster, everyone. Just let it go all the way, and it just... How do you like that? Okay, I don't think I have the curve data for the booster yet, so that probably would explain why that's not working quite right unless I charge it all the way, but okay, well that worked. Alright. Let's play this again. Grab the booster again, because why not? And let's have some fun. Just watch the ball as it... Yep, I love having it go off at 45-degree angles. That is exactly as chaotic as I thought it would be. Goodbye. Yes, he goes here to line up the shot nicely. Nice and steady. Aiming it straight at the windmill. Lets it go all the way back and boom. Where... Oh man, that's perfect. That's perfect. Oh, you didn't see. You didn't catch it. Okay. Watch. Watch and observe. So, this orange one right here, this is the booster. The one that is eventually going to look like the giant meat tenderizer with a rocket on the end. So, watch here. I've got the ball. I am aiming it directly at the windmill. Now watch what happens when I charge this up to its maximum level. There's absolutely no way to know where this ball is gonna go. It is the best. This one exists to cause chaos. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. And if he gets himself killed, comes right back with it. Cool, 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 cool. Let's go pick up a pistol so that we can run. We'll just run an isValid macro so it can stop giving me this error. The blade's gonna look like a weird, like, pickaxe and katana mix. Also needs programming its curve data. But I guess we can do that next. Why not? Yeah, that solved the error. Let's see, it's 3 o'clock right now. So what we need to do... Open the character animation blueprint. Go to the strike charge state. And pull up its animation. You know, I guess inside the data table I should set the grounder to have a curve, even though that curve is basically going to do nothing. Because if I don't, then some stuff that I set elsewhere won't work. Sorry. Just needed a quick sip of my Sonic Peach rings. Alright, so let's go ahead and add a new curve. And this curve is going to be the booster swing angle. Let's make it orange. Yeah, that looks good. And what is... Okay, I need to keep this pulled up until I'm done with it. Just put it off over here on the other screen so that it doesn't have to bother anyone else. Okay, so we want to look at the booster. What's your max angle? 30? Really? I didn't set it any higher than the hollow? The booster should hit higher than the hollow, right? If only by a little bit. Yeah, let's set this to 35. Again, done off screen. Sorry you didn't get to see it. But, mark my word. Take my word for it. It's there. So let's just go into U. Frame 1. We're going to add a keyframe. And your value is going to be... you know what? Let's set your minimum value to 10. Why not? Even a bad swing on this one's going to be a big swing. Then, let's see, exactly where do you guys end? I need the exact frame. or ratio basically 1.6. Thank you. Okay, so keyframe 1.6, and your value is going to be 35. Now that curve is going to look like the other ones, but that's what we want. So now we need the blade swing angle. And this one, let's make that one more blue. Maybe more of a cyan. The colors don't really matter. I just like looking at them. Now let's look at the blade. Your maximum angle is 20. Alrighty then. Okay, so then we're missing one curve, which is gonna go from 0 to 0. But just so that we don't break anything, it should probably exist. And we'll just make you black, because no one cares. You're not going to be referenced, so black, or maybe just dark gray. I usually make the stuff that I'm not going to reference a whole bunch dark gray. That makes more sense. Alright, so, with that out of the way, let's go back and check on these boys again. This should work a little bit better now. That's still pretty randomized, but that's good. I like it. I like how far it goes. It'll be a lot more fun once we get the force fields up. In the meantime, yeet with caution. Those look so far off. Okay. So now that we got that out of the way, let's go ahead and fix this one cosmetic issue that we've been having. Just for starters, let's go ahead and put driver fixed back in place. Because when he's holding it, it's not so bad. But like if we were to... Yeah, we got this whole deal going on. So what we want to do is I am going to take its current rotation data, like its current, yeah. Because that's what we want when it's being held in the player's hand. Okay, so I've already made one of these. So we want golf club, hand rut, and then golf club back rut. Which don't sound pleasant, but they will give us what we need. Now let's go back into here and set these properly again. Close you for now. What needs to happen is we need to go into the swap weapons code. And now let's go ahead and set some variables. I guess in here, yeah. So, what we're going to want to do is on each of these, basically, we want to set the wait, not the location. I'm pretty sure it's relative rotation that we're looking for. Guess we'll find out. Now let's go ahead and just real quick, because I forgot I need to do something. Let's pause this so that I can get a better grip on this. And then let's go ahead and clear that out again. And let's see what happens now when we equip a club. That looks correct. Now. Aha, yes! That's what we want to see. How do you like that? Okay. So, will you all be alright if I step away from the computer for just a minute? I'm not going on break yet, but it does sound like I have to take care of something. This will be really quick, I promise. I'll be right back. You know what? Well, No, it's not break time. This is only going to be a minute or two. Break time is at 4:30. But, I guess I may as well hit and run build while we're waiting. Anyway, I will be back in a minute. Please enjoy the music while I'm gone. I promise this won't take long. Sorry about that. I'm back. Hope I didn't miss too much of my own thing. Anyway. Thank you. Warner Brothers to you as well. So, let's see. What else is there to do right now? I only missed you transcend into madness. Dang, sounds like I missed a lot then. You are now the Fairy King of Nassods and Elsword. Well, that's impressive, I think. Oh, neat. Ah, I think I figured out why nothing's happening. So we need to... They'll be titled God with either God King or God Queen. Then, yeah. Well, sounds on brand. Excuse me. Okay, so let's see if this makes it so that they don't randomly not spawn. God Queen Doom and God King Sword. Now, what do you think about that? You know, honestly, what I'm wondering is, there's a way to make characters, like, ignore the post-process volume. I'm wondering if I need to do that for the player characters, so, like, they don't have the outline on them, and when they're far away, you can still see them because there's no outline, like, making them, like, impossible to see. You know, as weak as that was, I'm pretty sure that's right. But there's only one way to be 100% sure. Gotta wait for this to stop. And it stopped. Okay. So let's let this go in maximum drive. Yeah, that's about right then. That's 20 degrees. It is not a strong... Is God King's sword just L sword? Oh, that makes sense. That shouldn't have happened. Oh, that's nice. Okay, why is that running? That should only be running if the player doesn't have a striker. Which means that on the server... Aha, okay. Let's try this again. There we go, that's what we want to see. And also, we're just going to give everyone else what they want to see. Boom. Goodbye. Yep. That's what the booster do. It makes the ball not exist anymore. It also hurts if it hits you. I don't know. You know what? Now that I know how to, like, make the server run a physics simulation, I think that the other idea for a, like, physics-based first-person shooter I had that I was originally going to do my capstone on before I was told that physics doesn't work in multiplayer on, Unreal Engine games, I'm pretty sure I could make the gravity gun and that kind of stuff work on a server now. And if that's the case, then my game would absolutely work. And that one will be fun because it's the one where, like, you can't do direct damage to other players. You have to hurt them by hitting them with items in the map. And everything is a gun that manipulates physics objects. I think it could be pretty good. What the heck? Okay, now that I got the golf mechanics working this way, I'm really seriously considering making the guns work the exact same way. Because, like, if you notice, like, when we're on the server mode, the bullets will fire from the player's point of origin, which is not what we want. We want it to fire from the gun's point of origin. But what was happening in the server when I was doing having the ball attach itself to another object's point of origin as defined by the player character is it would just fire itself at the player's point of origin. So I'm wondering if the same thing isn't happening for some reason to the projectiles that were spawning. Because if that's what's going on, then that explains a lot. And if that's what's going on, then I could probably fix it by turning the guns into what I made the player into. Because, like, okay, so here's the difference between how the gun is being handled and how the player is being handled. Right now, this is a child actor. And what that means is, like, it's running its own blueprints based on whatever I put in here. So, like, if I were to just attach, I don't know, you know what, let's just attach a pistol. Then we got a pistol right here, right? No, we don't actually want that there because of reasons that have to do with the other code in the game. But so, like, this one's working that way. The striker is a static mesh stored inside the player. And its stuff is defined by, like, rather than having a point, like with this, if we open up the pistol, like, let's just open up the pistol real quick and I'll show you what I mean. If we open the pistol and look at it in the viewport, then it's got a few things going on. First off, it's got the pistol model, of course, but then we also have this little thing right here that it's a projectile spawner, and this is where the bullets are supposed to be originating from. In single player mode, they originate from here. In multiplayer mode, they don't. What I ended up having to do for the golf club in order to make everything work on it is skeletal meshes have these things called sockets, which are little points of data that are connected to certain bones. And I figured out you can make them for static meshes as well that are just based on the model's point of origin, which for this is, if I were to create another socket, you would see right there, it pops up on the shaft, which is where the that model's point of origin is right there in the shaft. So that's what this thing here is doing, is it's just a point of data stored inside of this. So if I were to do the same thing then for these, I could just come in here, because these guns all have bones for some inconceivable reason. But what I could do is I could just come to the skeleton tree, and it already has one actually. They call it muzzle. So I could just add this model to the player character and then have it reference muzzle. And I will bet if I open up all the other sci-fi weapon weapons, like if I were to open this one up, I'm betting I will find the same thing if I go to the skeleton tree. Right there. There's a bone called muzzle. Or not a bone, a slot called muzzle. So like I could just change all the code for the guns to work inside the player blueprint, have them fire from the muzzle, and change the data. Like I would write all the guns inside this folder here, the gun function library, and have the player character run all that code. I think, though, now that I know exactly what's happening, I'm going to, before I do that, I'm going to go to the internet and ask strangers if they have any advice. Because if internet strangers have advice that will save the situation, I don't really need to change anything. I will just need to probably write in one thing that needs to be done differently in order for all of this to work as is. I know. But here's the thing. When you do programming, you have to ask internet strangers for advice all the time, because programmers don't actually know what they're doing. None of them do. Case in point, Twitch. So anyway, set team player spawn locate. Okay, we got all that working. I've got an idea. And it's yeah, I'll take care of it later. But my idea is I've got all this like UI stuff that I'm going to need to eventually put on the player screen, right? It would be better to handle that inside the player controller than it would be inside the player character. But like I've got the strike gauge right now to define to happen inside the player character. But if I were to store these variables inside the controller, then I could just turn them off and on at will. And that would be much less resource intensive in the long run. So like it's not a big deal for now, but I will probably try and do that later. Also, I should probably color code my stuff here. This is going to need completely redone, so I'm not even going to save that for now. Okay, you know, I've actually realized that I have a free button that I didn't have before because I didn't think that I was going to have reloading in the game. So that's cool. I don't know what I'm going to do with that yet, but I now know that we have the option to do something with it. So let's see, what color should we set swap weapon to? Hmm. Well, I don't know when this broke, but this guy should not be rotating while blocking. If I set this in oh, it isn't standalone. If I play as client, does it work? I'm betting I know what the issue is. I just don't know what I do about it now. Unless, can I everything is so close together. I don't want it all to be that close together. Whatever. If this works, then we'll know immediately, so. Yeah, okay. There we go. Now, does it do the same thing here? Yes, okay. So, what I have done is made it so that the camera doesn't rotate when you're doing any of these things. So I should probably just like collapse to macro. Should not rotate camera. Now we want to do the exact same thing. up here to the gamepad controls for joystick rotation. Man, that's just so much fun, isn't it? Just watching that ball get knocked out in the middle of nowhere. The booster is going to be a favorite. I just know it. It hits hard. Like, yeah, you can't run while carrying it, but it hits hard, and it hits hard. Like, the only striker that does more, like, melee damage is the blade. And it is meant to be a melee weapon and not a golf club. And you get someone who has both a booster and a rocket launcher. That's one very slow, very overpowered boy. Well, this is starting to look like a game people want to play. Well, that's good at least. Let's go look at the other menu again real quick. Or not menu, but like map. The one that's closer to what it'll look like when we're done. Levels. Yeah, let's save you first off. And then... boom. This whole magical place. Oh yeah, I don't have golf clubs in here. I should probably check with the guy who's been working on this map before I just throw golf clubs into his base. Because if he's been working on this, then I don't want to like overwrite anything. But what I can do, just real quick, let's go into... yeah, whatever. It'll be fine. We'll just run around without a golf club. Gotta love video game logic there. Even though the character is crouched, the hitbox has decided that no. Whoops. Must have accidentally swapped weapons. But I need a weapon equipped in order for this to work. But like here, the player's collision box is determined by a capsule component and not by anything else. So like I'm gonna probably have to make like a hitbox for the head and body of this. I could go ahead and name these blue and orange. And just to be contrary, we'll put the blue one on the right side and the orange one on the left side. Here, I'm facing this way, so now what I said makes sense. Anyway, time to kill myself so we can see if that works. Yes, it does. Cool. Just gotta love that the fastest way to die in a lot of video games is hurling yourself off a cliff. Something that is not guaranteed to work in real life unless you find a high enough cliff. I probably should make the... Here, just 1 second. Let's go into the character blueprint. And we're going to make this, we're gonna unhide it in-game. Because what we probably do want to do is make the capsule shrink to match the size of the crouched player a little better. Alright, so how do I do that again? It's, half height. So it starts off at 96. Okay, let's try shrinking that down to 72 or something like that when we, crouch. Where's crouch? This might not do what I want it to do, but it's a starting point, so we'll start here. Let's see, you are on press, so we want to shrink you to 72. And we will set you to 96. Now this could have unintended consequences, but we'll see. Yeah, players' legs will stick into the ground if I do this. Yeah, okay, I don't know about this, if the player's legs are going to stick into the ground. I don't know what I can do about that. There's got to be something I can do to stop that from happening, though, right? Or it's probably not worth, probably not worth it. We'll just let video game logic rule today. Another thing I might do is make a separate trace channel just for projectiles and damaging objects. And then set the capsule to ignore it so that I can define my own hitboxes. Because that will definitely solve the issue that we're having of the projectiles spawning at the player's feet like that. What am I saying? Okay. Anyway. I don't know. I think this might end up being a shorter stream today. I'm I don't know. I'll assess what all I have to do after the on break, and then when we come back, I'll probably have at least 1 or 2 more things to work on. But I'm not sure what I'm gonna do for the next 15 minutes leading up to that. So let's go back over to the lighting test for now, because that's where this has been my playground. Oh yeah, also let's go ahead and turn off the capsule component. No one needs to know about their hitboxes. Oh, I guess I can show off something that I have. Where is it? Force field system. Let's just go ahead and throw in a force field here on the map. Make it big enough to make a difference, because why not? This is how we're going to be defining our stuff. Oh yeah, I need a club. Look at that. That's awesome. It's not detecting the bullets for some reason, but that's okay. It'll definitely detect the ball. Watch this. I have no idea what that error is, but it's working, so... We'll hit it eventually. I guess one thing I could try and do is see if I can figure out how to make the grounder ball work. Didn't do it. This will be a fun one. Wait, did I hit it over it? Or wait, is this registering as an as an actor, and so the ball is ignoring it? Where's the collision? Block all dynamic. Okay, so let's open the force fields and see what they are. Because if these are simple actors, then what's happening doesn't make any sense. But if they're registering as pawns, then... so I definitely hit that. You... Okay, you're definitely hitting it, so I must have just shot it over the wall. Yep. Okay. Man, that would be some fun metagame, is like having things that like... Just out of curiosity, can I... Oh, hey, it's almost 4:30. I should probably get ready for break. So what we want to happen is now actually we can't, I'm not ready to do that yet, so we'll just when I get back from break we'll try and write the grounder code. It is almost 4:30, so what's gonna happen here is I am going to go on break for about 20 minutes so I can grab some lunch and do some research, I guess, so that I can try and keep you all entertained as I work for another almost 3 hours. Anyway, so I will see you all back around 4:50. Honestly, I could have gone on break back at 4 o'clock, but I don't know why I didn't. Anyway. And testing 1, 2, 3. Cool, nothing broke while I was gone. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, non-binaries of all ages, welcome back from the break. Yeah. So, what's everyone been up to? If anything. Let's see, what was I gonna do? Right, I was going to make the grounder ball, or I was gonna try. So let's get that music queued back up. Thank you, Warner Brothers, to you as well. So let's go ahead and go into the golf ball. And I'm going to copy this and put it aside. Now it's time to make some changes to this. I wonder. I don't know about that. starters, let's just see what happens if I change the gravity scale. Actually, you know, I don't think I know. I think I'm gonna have to do some research on this, because what I was intending to do was just alter the gravity scale of the object, but it doesn't look like I can do that for just a regular physics object. I would have to... Okay, let's see what happens if I do that. Okay, that's what happens. Not what we want. See what happens if we change the mass. I imagine I know, but... Nope, I do not know. Okay. Mass is basically irrelevant, it looks like. See what happens if I turn off the max angular velocity. That didn't seem to do much of anything. I guess for starters, let's just... What even happens if I use this one? So it bounces. I wonder if changing something in the physics material would... to like just eliminate its bounciness would... Let's try naming this one... Yeah, I need to change that physics material, I guess. Well, it doesn't bounce, but I don't know that that's... Giving it no friction has caused other problems, it would appear. And that's kind of close, I guess. Okay, let's reset the friction to normal friction. Well, that's kind of close. Honestly, I might turn the friction back down a little bit, and that'll be maybe good enough for prototyping. I'll have to do some research to figure out how to make it behave exactly like I'm envisioning. Because what I would want to happen is like, here, let me restart. What I would want to happen is if I were to use this one, when the ball goes off the edge, I would want it to just like immediately drop. Not catch any airtime, it just immediately drops. And I don't know, maybe I'd have to deactivate physics and come up with some other way to make the ball roll in order for that to happen. Or like just constantly adjust the find a way to constantly adjust the Z direction, which is up and down, to always check what like I don't know, what am I trying to say? Run like a trace that is constantly like going down from the ball, and like it will immediately do a linear interpolation of the ball from that. Like if it doesn't detect anything below it, it goes down until it does. So we don't really see the airtime. Maybe that's a way to do it. It's just an issue of how to make it do that without interfering with the other part of the physics simulation. But, I don't know, that's an idea. It's a starting point. So, let's go ahead in here. We are going to create a new variable that we're going to pass through. So I'm not going to need to create a secondary thing for this after all, so you can go away. We need this to happen before we set the before we simulate physics and set the linear velocity. Otherwise, weird things might happen. So let's go ahead, push this out. And we're going to add a switch on int. And we're going to plug the selection variable into there. And we want to check based on the ball mode. So like for 0 through 3, it's all going to be set physical material override, and these can all just use the default one. But this one is going to use the grounder asset. So you're going to use a golf ball physmat, and you're going to use grounder physmat. And we're going to pass in here the striker index. Okay, now I need to write a function. And this function is going to go in event tick. But I don't actually need to put it there. So what we're going to do is actually just kind of work on it down here. It's going to start much the same way this did. Actually, because of that, I need to set this, promote this to a variable. Call this last striker index. Now let's switch on int. And we only need this to run when last striker index is 4. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a line trace by channel, I think. And this is going to start at the sphere. At the sphere's world location. And what this is going to do is basically trace downwards. So we need to I need to remember how to make something always face down. Actually, this is probably pretty simple. Let's do a minus vector. And we want this to be, let's just say, and we want this to be drawn for 1 frame. And set the draw time to 0 because it's not going to matter because it's going to run on event tick. Now, let's see. Last striker index needs to... Nothing. But, so line trace by channel. We're basically going to look down at whatever is visible below us for 10,000 units. Break the hit result. We want impact point. And we'll promote that to a variable, just... And you know what, let's go ahead and see if this is doing anything already. Pretty sure I'm going to need to timeline that, so I'll make it a custom event. Yeah, I guess let's see one moment before we do anything else. Did that work? It doesn't look like it changed physics materials. Now let's go ahead and close these because we're not using those. It doesn't seem like we made it that far. Because if we did, it would be getting a hello message. So that makes me believe... I bet I know what's wrong. So let's go in here. Event graph. Yeah, okay, so yeet is happening up here, which means that we need to pull the striker index from the animation blueprint now. Alright, now let's see if it works. Well, it's running the line trace, alright. And it's not bouncing. And it's running it in the correct direction. So, now what we need to do, we've confirmed that's working. So now what we need to do is run a... I don't know if this is going to be a lyric will be enough or if I got to do it on a timeline, but let's see. Can just go ahead and all right, let's see if this works. That didn't seem to do anything. Okay, what happens if I just... Oh, that did it. That did it. That did it. It might be happening a little too fast, but that's okay. I can set that to change on a timeline. I also think that maybe it needs to be a little faster. Or less affected by friction. I'm not sure which yet. I'm receiving a whole bunch of messages. What's going on? Nope, that was nothing important. Alright, well, let's go back into here. I'm going to try setting friction to 0.1 and see if that is good enough. I think for starters, let's nope, too slow. Okay, so this needs to be more like maybe even 0.1. Just can't be instantaneous. There, that looks a little better. Just gonna pull one of these real quick because this is happening on event tick, so I don't want this timeline being started every single frame. You aren't really needed. The only thing I think I still want to do is go into the striker. We're frozen. I don't think I lost frames, but go into the grounder, and we're going to speed this up from 1500 to more like, let's try 4000, just see what happens. Could be that I need to re-enable friction after doing this, but yeah, that's too much. Let's try 2500. Yeah, it needs more friction. I like it fast, but I think with it faster, it needs the friction. There we go. I am being messaged again. Okay, so that ended up being a lot easier than I thought it would be. Nice. And here's the great thing about this one. When you get it close to the goal, it does not matter how hard you hit it, so long as it goes over the goal. Because it will immediately shoot itself in. Gotta love that. Alright. So you know what? I think I'm just going to go over to Trello.com real quick so that I can check off that golf controls are 100% done. There we go. There we go. Man, that feels good to say. Man, if only I had some celebration stuff ready, like the Friday night GIF. Man, I really do need to get the Friday night thing as a reaction for my stream. I do love my reactions, though. Especially... Let's see, what's a good one for the occasion? I've earned it. I have been a good programmer today, and I earned that reaction GIF. So, honestly, I didn't think that would be that quick. The cool thing is, this means I've achieved everything I set out to achieve before midterms started. Which is next week. So let's see, what's something else I can do, like, real quick? I know, health bar. Let's see, user interface, widget blueprint. Let's just make ourselves a quick health bar, because why not? We've earned it. Let's anchor this to this side of the screen. Just drop it right over here. Let's even this up a bit. Okay, so this will be our health bar. So let's go ahead and make the fill color green. And we want this to, let's see. Progress percent. We'll have to bind that, and we want it to go right to left, I think, because we're going to be counting down. So over here in event construct, let's go ahead and Golf Boy controller. Get owning player. Let's see if that'll work. Okay, that's gonna work. Now, as Golf Boy controller, Get possessed pawn. And then that will be our Golf Boy character blueprint. Now, in here. Get player health. That's just going to plug in right there. Now, in our Golf Boy character blueprint, event possessed. Actually, wait, this is going to be inside the controller blueprint, probably. And this will be health bar. Now, when I start the game, how did I do this in here? Oh, that's much simpler than this. Okay, let's see if this reads now. Yes, it does. Alright. So, time to see if this works. Also, let's shrink this window back down. And let's go grab a pistol, so we can shoot the other boy. Hmm. Okay, let's just go over here. Do I have a begin play yet? I do not. Okay. That's probably the server. Okay, let's go to here. I'm gonna plug in our debug string. Where's player hell? And just for a moment, we're gonna go back down to one player. I just realized this is useless if I go down to one player. Okay, so it looks like client 2 is registering as P0. Hmm. Just so that I have less to look at on screen, I'm gonna go into my pistol and turn off the debug line here. Hmm. I think part of the problem is this needs to not be replicated. We'll see. Okay, so that's all good and well. So why is it then that player health is not updating inside the health bar? Okay, so there's no question about which character it's looking at. I wonder something. If this was required to be a value between 0 and 1, then it could just be that it's always showing as above 100%. Aha, that did it. All right, everyone, mystery solved. Now what? Honestly, I don't really have any other ideas anymore. Like, that was something that I thought might just be, be kind of quick to do, and I was right. But now that it's done, I think that's gonna be it for today. So thank you everyone who tuned in. I am going to probably sign off here soon. Yeah, I know, we got a lot done today. You know, just for the heck of it, let's go to my stream manager and see if there's anyone we can raid. So let's see, just raid channels you follow. Nope. Unless y'all feel up to raiding Twitch Plays Pokemon, which I don't. Who's Dom? I don't know that I've ever watched Dom. Oh, that guy. No, I haven't watched him before. I'll have to do that at some point though, because I could add. Because if I like his stuff, then I'll follow him, and if I'm following him, then I would feel comfortable rating him. So like, I will check him out. Add him to the list of safe raiders for another day, if you don't mind. That guy, you've told me about that guy before. Yeah, I'll try and tune in on Sunday and see about watching the Jackbox, maybe. Sounds suspicious, not gonna lie. Anyway, I think, I don't know, I've got some emails to write and, some stuff to take care of immediately after the stream, so I don't know, maybe I can just utilize the extra time. That might be the smart thing to do. Anyway, so, again, thank you all for tuning in. This Saturday, me and God King Tyrone are maybe going to finish up our Nuzlocke race. Either one or both of us will wipe, or in 2 streams, God King Tyrone will beat Cynthia. There is probably no in between. Yeah, it'll be over this week if one of us wipes, but it'll be over next week if no one wipes this week. So I just have to stay alive longer than God King Tyrone at this point. while still progressing. Anyway, so thank you everyone for watching. I will see you all Saturday then. Goodbye. Right, I need to actually... There it is. Goodbye.